Welcome to this evening's Board of Education meeting. Before we begin, I'd like to share with the audience that if you need Spanish translation services, we have Lupita here with her team to assist.
Buenas tardes, bienvenidos a la reunión de la Junta del Distrito Escolar y si alguien necesita interpretación al español, aquí estamos mi compañera Jazmín y yo para servirles.
Thank you very much. I call this meeting to order at 5:30 p.m. and would like to establish a quorum by roll call vote.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
I notify the audience that the open session will be audio taped, broadcast, and recorded for the district's YouTube channel. May I receive a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
I'll second.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
I'd like to ask Marcus to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Moving on to reports, item 2. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended and recent developments. We'll hear from the Carmel High School Principals Advisory Committee, our student representative, Marcus Mickey, on our ACT and or CSEA reps, but I just want to note that Lisa Brazil, our CSEA president, is absent tonight for another meeting. We will start with the Carmel High School Principals Advisory Committee, presented with Principal Duthman.
Council, and this is a group that I meet with, and their students are going to introduce themselves and they're going to tell you a little bit more about the council.
Hello, my name is Drew Galley. I'm actually the president of the Principals Advisory Council. Some things I do at CHS are I am involved in soccer, volleyball, and book club, and yeah.
Hi, I'm Hallie, and I'm a freshman this year, and I'm involved with leadership. I'll be next year's ASB secretary, and I'm in volleyball and Model UN.
Hi, I'm Donovan Nagai, and I am a sophomore this year, and I participate in volleyball, football, and the Principal Advisory Council.
I'm Sophia Western. I'm a sophomore this year, and I'm involved in sports medicine, cheerleading, track and field, and choir.
All right, so now for a few more details, Drew, you're first, please.
Okay. The nuts and bolts about the Principals Advisory Council. We've had 7 meetings so far this year, and the plan is for it to be at least monthly. We currently have 37 members representing all grade levels and a wide range of interests at CHS. We applied to be part of the group, and we provide ideas about what we'd like to see happen at CHS and then ranked them as a group.
Our purpose is to get voice from the student to get voice from and bring important issues to discussion from student input and bring up new concerns to roundtable and seek feedback from fellow students of the members of Principal Advisory.
Some issues we've been discussing are the issues with office hours, final schedule, test schedules, dress code, bathrooms, vaping, cafeteria-related things such as waste, quality food and composting, elective fare, link crew and the new ambassador program, change for board rep position, parking lots, WASC input, and LCAP input.
As for our future plans, we plan to develop several subcommittees with other students participating. So for example, we would have one on office hours and for the dress code. We also plan to participate in site and district committees. For example, Ethnic Studies Committee and our Tier 1 Committee Hub, which stands for Honor, Understanding, and Belonging.
All right, that gives you a little bit of an insight as to what we're doing, and it's as a new thing, it's developing, and I expect great things from these students next year. And we will, of course, be recruiting new members from our 9th grade class. Thank you.
Thank you all for taking the time to come and present to us. Agenda item 2B, Student Representative Report from Marcus Mickey.
Thank you, Mr. Minzy. Starting from May 1st, I went to the Top 100 dinner, which was hosted by the Carmel Valley Rotary. And also earlier this afternoon, I also went to the Carmel by the Sea Rotary's Scholarship Recognition Luncheon, which honors some of the high school students' achievements these past 4 years. The motto of the Rotary is service above self, which I really admire, and I'm really glad that we're holding on to these connections with the Rotary. That same day was also Student Government Day at the Carmel City Hall for Carmel High School. The evening-long program is a direct partnership with the City Council, and the premise of the activity is that the Council has a $300,000 surplus, and students are charged with weighing out proposals from different departments like Public Works and Community Planning and Building, and they deliberate and determine how to allocate this expenditure. They get hands-on experience in parliamentary procedure, as well as the process of listening to constituents' concerns and deciding how to prioritize each of them. May 4th, I went to the senior show. The title was Oz, and the production was a humorous but also dramatic twist on the classic Wizard of Oz. From May 7th through the 10th, Captain Cooper students went on a science camp. I asked Mrs. Lee about this, and she told me that the 5th graders reunited with some of their classmates who transferred to River School due to the road conditions recently. They made friends with students from schools in Santa Cruz County, and they explored the redwood forests along the San Lorenzo River, learning about the region's natural history and challenging themselves to overcome some of their fears by, for example, walking alone in the evening forest. May is the month of testing. So at CMS, there's CASP testing, Tularcitos, there was SBAC testing. We just finished AP testing this week, this Friday, at the high school. And there's also CASP testing later this month. On May 13th was the Leon Panetta Lecture Series, which I went to through the Public Policy Club. We're able to participate through their afternoon student program, which makes the lecture series free to students earlier in the day. We encourage all students who are interested to attend. It's open to all students at the high school. The topic was the challenge of the war in the Middle East, and the lecture series addresses difficult topics like this consistently. Some of the panelists were U.S. Ambassador to Israel and former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, Europe, and students get to ask these national and international leaders questions directly. And so it's a really incredible experience that I'm fortunate to take part in. This Thursday and Friday is the dance show at Carmel High School. This Friday is the River School's May Festival, and this Saturday will be prom at Long Branch Saloons in Half Moon Bay. May 19th, I read that the Tularcitos Stampede will be taking place. I'm not entirely sure what that was, but I'm not going to ask any questions. It sounds fun. PTO fundraiser, I'm told. From May 20th to 22nd will be the 7th grade Monterey Bay Outdoor Education. This will be at the River School, and students learn about ecology, marine biology, geology, and more through hands-on experiences in the Monterey Peninsula, collaborating with agencies such as California State Parks, Elkhorn Slough, and Monterey Regional Parks. There's a lot of events taking place at the high school. May 23rd, Senior Grad Night, Universal Studios. May 28th will be the Performing Arts Awards Night. May 29th will be the Film Festival. May 30th will be the Senior Recognition and Awards Night. And May 31st will be the Recognition Assembly, Day on the Green, and Singer-Songwriter Show. June 7th is the last day of school, and also the day that I will be graduating from the high school. This is my last meeting with the Carmel Unified School District Board. And this fall, I will be heading off to the University of Pennsylvania. I just have a few words. serving this position, I've learned a lot of lessons, and I want to share some of the 3 that I think are the most important. First off, to be critical and to ask questions. Secondly, to not make decisions without having sought out opposing arguments and to do my research. And above all, to express my convictions with the confidence of what I've learned from those 2 lessons. At this table, as the student board member, my successor will be rising senior Colin Pritchard. And in student council, as the associate student body president, my successor will be rising junior Juliet Norman. This will be the first time these roles are separated, but I believe that both positions will be better filled for it. Thank you all for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Marcus, and congratulations.
Just a quick comment on this accomplishment. The Wharton School of Business is the #1 business school, I know in America, but probably the world as well. And I know Hawes is #2 at Berkeley. What would be the 3rd? Is there another one?
I think MIT and Berkeley are tied for 2 and 3.
Are they? So, hey folks, that's quite an accomplishment to be accepted to that school. And if anybody's ever seen the campus, it is incredible. UPenn.
Yes, congratulations again. Agenda item 3, a superintendent report. This is a routine status update regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and recent developments from Superintendent Chernoff.
Can we go ahead and do ACT first?
I'm sorry. Thank you for pushing me back. It was at the other part of the sheet. Sorry about that. We'll go back to agenda item 2C, Elizabeth Marsh in her ACT report. And like I said, Lisa Brazil is absent tonight.
Okay. So congratulations. We made it to the final school board meeting while school's in session for the 23-24 school year. The majority of our Association of Carmel Teachers leadership is finishing up its freshman year, and we've learned a lot. The hope is that this year was an outlier in new challenges, and the future holds more consistency and fewer distractions. I want to offer congratulations to our ACT ex officio Bill Schreier, our Secretary Maren Dinsmore, and our Treasurer Steve Nacht for receiving California Teachers Association Service Center Awards last month. Bill and Maren earned Gold Star Awards, and Steve won the WHO, which stands for We Honor Our Own Award. And kudos to Lee Cambra, who organized and hosted the awards ceremony for the Service Center, which covers 3 counties. Oh, and congrats to me, because I've been winning all my matches in River School's Rock, Paper, Scissors staff contest so far this week. And then I just want to thank the school board and district leaders for the incredible perseverance that you've shown this year. And thank you to CUSD's exemplary cadre of dedicated, talented professionals in certificated, classified, and non-represented roles for their continued hard work. And I wish all of us a wonderful end of the school year and relaxing summer break. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and sorry again for almost skipping you. Now we'll move on to agenda item 3, the superintendent report, and I'll repeat it. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meeting schedules, conferences, meetings attended, and recent developments from Superintendent Chernoff.
All right, good evening, everyone. If you weren't exhausted by Marcus's list of activities and events, then I'm not sure that everyone's tuned in, because as he has pointed out, there is a lot going on in our district right now. So I start off with, it's May, and the countdown is on. In May, we fulfill our obligations with standardized testing, eke out as many sacred instructional minutes as we can to get in those final amazing and awesome learning experiences, and we recognize students and staff for all of their efforts and accomplishments throughout the school year. Since our last meeting, I've had the honor of representing Carmel Unified School District at a number of events, including the Top 100 hosted by the Carmel Valley Rotary, which was the first return of that event since COVID. So that was quite an accomplishment to get that up and running and resurrected this year. That is an event where the top 25 students from each grade level are honored. The Mission Trails CTE Student of the Year Awards where one of our students, one student from every high school in the county, but one of our Carmel High School students is honored by the JPA for their outstanding performance in their CTE courses. Carmel by the Sea Rotary Day of the Teacher, where over $85,000 in scholarship monies were awarded to our CHS students, and CHS athletes are recognized for their exceptional sportsmanship. And Marcus was, I should point out, was a recipient of the top 100 and also a recipient of a scholarship today. So kudos for those accomplishments as well, Marcus. Carmel Chamber of Commerce luncheon, where Carmel Unified School District was honored for 40 years of membership. The Rotary Club of Carmel Valley's Partners in Community Service event was yesterday, and that is where students from each school award a nonprofit organization of their own choosing with a monetary donation after their own analysis of weighing and debating who should get the funds that they're allowed to or provided to give away. That was a lot of fun. And finally, our County Office of Education Special Olympics Field Day, where our students from the high school volunteer their time and dedicate their day to supporting our students in their competitions. Our students from the high school were honored and recognized for their commitment and dedication to supporting our special needs students at this event annually, and they were recognized with a resolution. We have two of them, but one of them is back here if anyone's interested in reading it. It's right by Elizabeth, so we have it on display. So our students definitely are honored in that manner. We have so many more events and so many additional events to come, as you heard. But each of these events highlights the exceptional experiences that we are able to provide our students in our school district, and it's lovely to be able to celebrate with students and their families. Our staff and teachers, as well as CSEA employees, are also celebrated here in the month of May. And while all of our teachers definitely deserve recognition for their commitment to their students and their schools and building community, it is important, I feel, to really call out the staff of Captain Cooper Elementary School and our bus drivers, who have banded together to provide as much of a normalized school experience as possible within the conditions the convoys have imposed on them and in our district. I'm grateful to their creative problem solving and willingness to go the extra mile to make sure needs were met for everyone involved. And that said, I am so ecstatic and excited that the road is opening on Friday with a traffic light. It is a huge relief. And I think that's true for folks in the Big Sur community as well. It's a little bit of a pressure valve release for folks. And then lastly, as you heard from Marcus himself, this is Marcus's final meeting, and I would like to recognize him for his dedication and his commitment to representing his peers here at the board meetings throughout the school year. And although this is his last meeting, we certainly look forward to seeing you at graduation and wish you absolutely the best of luck as you head off in the fall to Penn. And just as a small token of our appreciation, we have a small gift for you. With that, I'm done.
I feel like it's Christmas.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Agenda item 4 is our consent calendar. The board may bundle a number of items and act upon them together in one motion through the use of a consent calendar. Consent agenda items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial for which the board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless any members of the board request specific items to be removed for discussion. May I receive a motion to approve item 4, consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve item 4, consent calendar.
Second?
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Agenda item 5A, CUSD Board of Education Elections Informational Presentation with our attorney William Tunick of Dennis, Wolliver, and Kelly. Welcome, William.
microphone's right in your face. So, good evening, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. William Tunick with DWK. I was actually thinking the last time I think I spoke to the board at a meeting was actually on a very related topic, which we'll talk about in a minute, a couple of years ago. So it's nice to be back and speaking with you. What the purpose of tonight's presentation is just to provide some information, really as much for the board as for the community, about the upcoming election cycle, especially in light of the changes that the board made to the election process in 2022. So this is the first time that the district will be going through that different type of election. So we want to talk a little bit about that. On top of that, because you had a vacancy on the board, that creates a little bit of an additional wrinkle. And so I want to kind of explain how that all works. And if there's any questions from the board, be happy to answer all of those. So by way of background, and I know this is refresher, but we just want to start at the same place. Obviously, a 5-member Board of Education. Under the Education Code, terms on the board are 4 years. Those are always fixed. That never changes. In addition, terms have to be staggered. So as nearly as possible, 50-50. So you have 3 that began in 2020. Those end in 2024. 2 terms that began in 2022 and end in 2026. So that's all pretty normal. One of the wrinkles we have this year is the change from at-large to trustee area elections. And so that's something that the board did in 2022. And just by way of a little bit of background, that's what I was here talking about a few years ago. Going back even further, 2001, we have a law in California called the California Voting Rights Act, or the CVRA. And what that law says is that in some cases, the use of at-large elections, those are elections where everyone in the district votes for all 5 members of the board, may be illegal in certain circumstances. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, the law is written in such a way that even though we've had the law for 23 years, there's not been a successful defense of a CVRA challenge. In other words, every time someone has alleged there's been a CVRA violation, the local agency has either changed or gone to court and lost and then had to change. So in part because of that, the board started the procedure of making the change from at-large to by-trustee area elections, which are immune from liability under the CVRA. And actually in the middle of that process, I believe, the board received a letter from LULAC indicating that as long as the process continued, that would be fine. If it didn't, they would possibly seek judicial intervention. So that process happened in 2022. And at that time, that's when the board, we'll talk about the trustee areas and the sequencing, but all of that was sort of set and decided at that time. The board made that decision. It goes up to County Committee on School District Organization. They make the final approval, and that's set. And we've really just been waiting since 2022 for it to really kind of kick into effect, which is what we're going to see this November. In addition to that, as I mentioned, you had a board vacancy in early 2023 that was filled by a board appointment, and we'll talk about how that also impacts the elections that you'll see this coming November. As far as the change in election system, and this is something, and I know you probably talked about it a little bit at the time, but just kind of, what does this mean for what candidates and voters are going to see in 2024? Because it is a very different situation. At-large elections, as I mentioned, all voters in the district vote for all 5 board seats. When you go to trustee area elections or by-trustee area elections, what that means is that sort of more like Congress or your legislative elections, that there are districts or trustee areas in the district, as we call them, and voters in that area only vote for one individual, and in order to serve that individual has to reside in the trustee area. So it's a different situation than what you have with at-large elections. Practically what that means is a couple other things. Not only are there different requirements on who gets to vote and who can run, that also mean what voters see is different. As opposed to seeing sort of one large election with a vote for 2 or vote for 3, and then the top 2 or 3 vote getters of that election are elected to the board, the elections are really broken into individual elections. So there's sort of one election for each trustee area that only certain voters will see depending on where they are. They won't see an election for 3 or for 2. And as a matter of fact, once this gets going, voters won't see an election every 2 years for the board. They're only going to see an election every 4 years when their trustee area comes up for election. So that's definitely a change from what board members or from members of the public may be used to seeing under an at-large election system. So I just to kind of refresh your memory, I did put these are the trustee areas. So, and actually, the screenshot didn't come out great, but there's a link if you're on the PDF. You can go right to what's on the district website, and you can zoom in and see everything. When you go to trustee areas, as the board did, there's kind of 2 pieces of that, and one of that is actually adopting the boundaries of the trustee areas themselves, and that's the process that the board went through in 2022. One thing I always point out when we talk about these maps is that the areas don't look geographically similar, right? Much larger, much smaller. The reason for that is they have to be population balanced. And so where you have a district which is not uniformly dense, which they normally aren't, you end up with trustee areas that look much larger or much smaller like you have here, especially in the south and east parts of your district. So again, you can kind of see there areas 1, 2, 3 along the coast. It's hard to make out the line between 4 and 5 on there, but I think on another slide you can see that a little bit easier. There you go. So again, that's areas, the zoom in on 1, 2, 3, and 5. One other thing I was going to mention just in looking at this slide, sometimes you see the lines look a little bit odd as far as they take a whole lot of turns. Part of the reason for that is that, and the demographers I'm sure explained this when they were going through the process, we have to draw the trustee area boundaries along census block lines. I'm not sure who decides where the census block lines go, but they clearly don't have a ruler or a straight line because they tend to do all kinds of strange things. So that's usually when you see those kind of odd lines, it's usually the census block that we're following. That's why they end up where they do. That's just more of the southern district to get a sense there. Again, if you go online, you can zoom in on this, and then the boundary between 4 and 5. The other thing I was going to mention, there was a question about, and we've seen this in other districts from voters, how will they know which trustee area they're in? One thing you can do, you can go on the district website, you can zoom into the map at street level, figure that out. The other thing in speaking with the county registrar's office is they indicated if somebody wants to call in, give them your address, they'll be happy to tell you which trustee area you reside in. So there's either way you can do it that way. So that's one part of sort of going to trustee areas. The other piece that was also adopted at that same time is the election sequencing. And what this really is determining which terms and which trustee areas are going to go together. Because when you're at large, we don't have that issue. We know that we've either got 3 or 2. When we go to trustee areas, we have to know which of the 3 trustee areas are going to be up for election in which cycle. And so at the same time, the board adopted the map. They also adopted the sequencing, which has areas 1, 3, and 5 on essentially the presidential election cycle, 24, 28, so forth, and areas 2 and 4 on the midterm cycle, 26, 30, that type of thing. And so what you can see, and what I was trying to illustrate here, is you can kind of see it takes 2 years for the conversion to really happen completely, because the change to trustee areas doesn't change any current terms or anybody who's currently serving on the board. It takes effect as those elections happen. So what you'll see in 2024, areas 1, 3, and 5 will be elected by trustee area, and that means between 24 and 26, you'll have a board, 3 members elected through that method, 2 elected at large, and then in 26, the other 2 seats will turn over. And then obviously every 4 years after that. I did actually want to mention, as we're talking about the future with those trustee area maps, so those maps are in place until 2032. The reason for that is after the census data is released, hopefully on time, this time in 2031. Everybody who has any local agency, or actually state agency for that matter, that has trustee areas based on population is required to go back and make sure that they're still population balanced. So that's usually when we've seen all the redistricting happening. That'll be happening in 2031. It affects the 2032 election. But until then, the maps that you saw are what are in place. So just to kind of summarize the impact of the transition, again, in 24, 3 seats are going to turn over. Those are going to be in areas 1, 3, and 5 are up for election, essentially. The terms that began in 2022 aren't affected. We'll see those come up for election and turn over in 2026, and then so on and so forth. Now, that would normally be where we and stop talking about the presentation. We have one more little wrinkle in this case, which was a vacancy. So as you know, you had a vacancy on the board in, I think, February of 23. The board decided to fill that vacancy by appointment. What the education code says is when you have a vacancy that occurs in the first 2 years of a term, which is what happened there, and an individual is appointed, that person serves until the next election for really any board seat, and at that time you have another election, and the members of the voters elect someone to fill the last 2 years of the term. So it's important. So essentially we end up with what's called a short term or 2-year term election, where the voters are asked to fill the remainder of their term. They don't get to fill a new 4-year term. They just fill the last 2 years of what started in this case in 2022. One other wrinkle we've had, and we now have an answer from the Attorney General, is how do you figure out how to fill a seat when you're in the middle of transitioning from at-large to by-trustee areas and you have a vacancy? And the law doesn't tell us. The Attorney General said what you do is you look at the way that seat was originally filled, that term started, and you use that process until the term is over. So in other words, if a term started, in this case in 2022, when you were using at-large elections, all fillings of vacancies, whether they be appointments or elections, are also done at large. If you had a seat, like you will after this election, filled by trustee area, then any vacancy election going forward would be trustee area based. So that's sort of the line. So in other words, in this case, because the vacancy occurred in a term that was originally filled at large, any filling of that vacancy also occurs at large. So what that means is that for these upcoming elections, you actually in 24 have a combination. You're going to have 3 seats, 1, 3, and 5 up by trustee area, and you're going to have 1 seat, the 2-year or the short term, that is an at-large election. So you've got this is actually the only time this can happen. Going forward, you'd have all trustee area elections no matter what. And then in 26, again, those other 2 seats are up, but there's no more at-large elections after this vacancy election. So put all that together. Who can run in the 24 and 26 elections? And then I'll come to in the next slide of who gets to vote. So A, obviously someone has to be eligible to serve on the board. That hasn't changed. And then B, the question is, where does the person reside? If somebody resides in Area 1 in 2024, then they'll be eligible to run either for the 4-year seat in Area 1 or for the 2-year, the short-term at-large election. They do one or the other. You have to pick when you go register with or file with the Register of Voters. The same is going to be true in Areas 3 and 5. Obviously, they'd be running in either Area 3 or 5 or the at-large election. For individuals that reside in Areas 2 or 4, they would have the opportunity to run in the short-term election, but there is not a trustee area election happening in that area otherwise, so they couldn't run for a 4-year seat until 2026, when those seats will be up. At that point, someone residing in Areas 2 or 4 could run for a 4-year seat. There will not be elections in Areas 1, 3, or 5, so individuals who live in that area won't be able to run in 26, and actually, on the next slide, voters in that area also won't see an election in 26. So this is just sort of the inverse of that slide, talking about what voters are going to see. If they're registered to vote and they reside in Area 1, they're going to see 2 elections in November. They're going to see the Area 1 election, and then separately they're going to see a short-term at-large election. Same thing in 3 and 5, and then again, like we kind of talked about, in Areas 2 and 4, voters are just going to see the at-large election for the short term. They won't see anything else, and then in 26 they'll see trustee area elections. So I wanted to just try to unpack all of that so everybody knows what to expect as far as eligibility to run, as well as also what voters are going to see on their ballot, because it is going to look different than what they've seen. If you're kind of interested to see how it breaks down, if you look at the election results from the county board, and actually I think maybe Monterey Peninsula as well, who's got trustee areas, you can see how they report the results. Trustee area 1, trustee area 3, 5. It's not all grouped together like you're used to seeing. That kind of gives you an idea of what it'll look like on the ballot. So I think with that, I believe that's the end of my presentation, but if there's any questions from the board, happy to answer them.
We did not receive any requests for public comments for this agenda item, so we will turn it over to the... Oh, okay, yeah. Come on up. No, the format's been for the public goes right after the presentation, and then we come in. And yeah, we'll give you your time. Yeah, just come on up. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, just 2 quick questions. One, I was curious why areas 4 and 5 were switched. And my second question is, what advertising and outreach will the district do regarding the election? Thank you.
Do you have input on that, William?
The board would like me to answer the question. So as far as the numbering to be on, so nothing's been switched since the board adopted this in 2022. And actually, I think at the final adoption, I wasn't there. If I had to guess, a lot of times I've seen the numbering change at the last minute so that the odd areas are all one election and the even numbers are all another election, just to help people remember it. So it's very possible that 4 and 5 got swapped so that even went one cycle, odd went the other. But I think if anyone's interested, I think that discussion would have happened in open session with the board before that adoption took place, if you wanted to go back and see. And then as far as outreach, I think that may be more of a question for the board, but that's also really, at the end of the day, something that the Register of Voters office really handles as far as obviously running the election. But
okay, thank you. Will you stay up, because now we'll turn it over to the board for questions. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Yeah, just one in terms of procedure. What would be the process if one of the areas did not have a candidate.
Sure. Yeah. So the answer is it's essentially the same as when you don't have a candidate in an at-large election, is what's considered a failure to elect. That then comes to the board, and the board actually fills the seat by appointment. Two things about that: the appointment, if it's a trustee area, so if it's areas 1, 3, or 5 in this case, the appointment has to still be somebody who resides in areas 1, 3, and 5. It's not an at-large appointment. The other thing about that type of appointment, that's actually fixed for 4 years. It's not subject to the rule where then there's an election in 2 years. But yeah, so it would come to the board for appointment, and that happens, I think, before the election, so the person can be seated in December with everybody else.
That's a pretty
Thank you.
quick turnaround for an appointment. Go ahead.
My question is, first of all, just for everybody to know, William and I had a discussion about this going back and forth because I like just piecing puzzles and throwing out all kinds of strange questions to him. So we were looking at the lags for the new lines in 2032. What happens if you're elected in 2030, your term is not up until 2034, and you happen to reside in another district now?
I was going to make a joke that they come and take you off the board at the next meeting, but no, it's the same.
Sometimes that would be a good thing.
No, it's the same as sort of the transition process that you've got going on this time. So it takes 2 cycles, so it doesn't affect anyone who's on the board. So the new lines would kick in for the seats that are up in 32. They'd be elected on the new lines, and then the seats up in 34 would get elected on the new lines at that time. So there would not be immediate impact for the 34 terms.
Just to, I kind of answer a question with, I think if I recall, and please, whoever was here, please help me recall, but I think that when we were talking about the election, and what we were going to set up, 135 was going to be tied to the presidential election, and 2 and 4 was going to be tied to the off-presidential election, and Sarah and Tess happened to be on the off-presidential election cycle, so it was tied to whatever those 2 districts were. So I think that, if I recall, and Sarah, you might be able to clarify a little bit more on that, but I think that that's kind of what it was tied to.
Yeah, and if I can, I mean, ultimately, it's really tying the terms and the sequencing together. And although the laws changed a little bit, there's some laws and some things that the demographers usually use when making recommendations about which areas should be up when, essentially. And again, that's part of that process that ultimately the board decides, and then it goes up to the county committee for them to bless at the end of the day.
Thank you.
And following up on what Rita was asking about outreach, typically, what do districts do or school boards do to encourage information about the process, encourage people to ask questions, so people really understand? Because I imagine this is going to be kind of confusing for many that aren't paying close attention to it. So I do feel like we need to do quite a bit of outreach to ensure that people understand the process.
Yeah, I mean, I think, trying to think what I've seen other boards do. Obviously, this type of presentation, a lot of them will have information on their website, which I think you still have up from when you went through the process, so maybe just making sure that that's easy to find, links to the registrar's office, that type of thing. I'm trying to think, you tend not to see districts getting too involved in elections because they're elections. So I think that's really the extent of usually what's being pushed out, and then the registrar's office is obviously conducting the election itself.
And just for clarification too, I just want to make sure that it's known that when we created those maps, we relied heavily on a demographer that created the different options. So it wasn't like we sat around and tried to figure out the mapping and the regions.
No, and one of the, I mean, there's realistically like 4 in the state that do it, and actually I think they're pretty much the local experts as well. So.
And I'd just like to follow up on that, just in case the public doesn't recall that process, which they can go back and look at those board meetings. But not only was a demographer heavily relied on, but there was also public comment and public input. There was people that emailed the Board of Education, so there was a lot of community feedback included in that process as well. And I think there was over a series of 3 or 4 meetings before the final decision was made. So again, those are all for public purview if anybody wants to watch and see sort of how that discussion unfolded, because we did go through a series of iterations of different maps when we ultimately landed on the final map, and that was approved unanimously by the board.
Marcus, do you have any questions or comments?
You might have mentioned this, but who actually did the demography on this? Like which group was in charge of drawing the lines?
So
I know
it was
we
a
received input
company
as well.
called Lapkoff and Gobelay, a demographer called Lapkoff and Gobelay.
Okay. Are they a private company?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I had one question. How often are the lines adjusted? Anne-Marie keyed on a little bit, 2030. Is it tied with the census? Or?
Yeah, that's
okay,
exactly.
perfect.
Yeah. So
That's
it'll
kinda
be
what I assumed.
as soon as I think the requirements. Once the census data out, you have until like the March of the next year to do it. So we'll be very busy.
Adjustments that way.
Like
Okay.
2031.
If there's no other questions, we'll move on. Thank you, William.
Thank you.
And no actions needed on that item. Next is B, resolution number 24-09, calling for the Board of Education elections, setting the specifics of the election with Sharon Ofek.
All right, so this is the documentation and the resolution that says we're going to put an election on the ballot, and we are required to approve it. So all of that information that was just shared hopefully clarifies for everyone, and then this is the paperwork that's required for submission to the county for getting our election on the ballot in November.
Will the board receive no request for public comment on this? So we will open up to the board for any questions or comments. Looks like we have no comments from anybody, including our student rep. So can I receive a motion to approve resolution number 24-09 and serve as the agreement for provision of election services as presented?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 24-09 and the service agreement for the provision of election services as presented.
Second.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
And before I move on to the next one, just to clarify for public comment, if you have a public comment, please fill out a form back by Mr. Glazier and bring it to Michelle, and we'll take comments after the presentations of each agenda item. Agenda item 5C, resolution number 24-11, recognize and celebrate LGBTQ plus students, staff, and community members with Superintendent Ofek.
All right, good evening. So last year was our first ever resolution for LGBTQ plus month. We did it in June, but the month to recognize is the month that it is celebrated in is June, and so the month to recognize and approve the resolution would be now. So we prior to entering into that month. So this year, here we are in May with a resolution. It is designed to honor and recognize and acknowledge our diverse community in our school campuses and in our school community. So that's it.
We do have public comment for this one, and we will start with number 1, Jennifer.
Hello, my name's Jennifer Kemmerly. My daughter is Sophia Kemmerly. She's a leadership role for the Be Yourself Club. She has been for quite some time. I just want you to know that she and her friends are thriving. They're thriving in leadership roles throughout Monterey County. Sophia just earned a number of awards from U.S. Congress for her art. By the way, CSUD swept at the Congressional Art Awards, so major kudos to our art teachers. But I think the children are thriving because they feel welcome. And it's acts like this year on year that are reinforcing that. And it's just so in keeping with the mission of Carmel Unified School District. So my comment today is one of appreciation for not doing just what you did last year for zero tolerance of bullying, for continuing to recognize and embrace inclusivity in our district, because it shows me as a parent of an 8th grader going into high school and a junior who's going to become a senior and become an active member of this community, that they're welcome. Everyone's welcome. And I really respect the work that you're doing. Thank you, sincerely.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Christina.
Hi, everyone. I'm Christina Bell. And I just want to echo everything that Jennifer said and just thank you for continuing to support our diverse community. And that's all. Thank you.
And finally, we will hear from Matt.
Thanks. I stood up here last June to give my affirmation and support for the resolution to recognize LGBTQ plus month and how big of a deal that is. And I'm standing here again to say the same thing. The adoption of this resolution makes ripples. It has a huge impact on students at every level. Those that don't know, those that do know, those that are questioning, those that don't know if they have a home. It says that they do in CUSD. That act of courage by the board and that district-wide support goes an incredibly long way. And that's the kind of district that I want to be in. So I want to speak in support of the resolution and that continued work. Thank you for doing this, and please do adopt the resolution. Thanks.
That concludes all members of the community that requested public comment for this item. We'll now move on to board questions and comments.
I just want to say that on behalf of the students, we're grateful for this resolution. And I think students in the LGBTQ plus community and also those who support it are really thriving at Carmel High School and at the schools in the district. And so thank you for affirming that here at the board as well at the highest level. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah. I had a chance to meet with them last year when we kind of got this thing going. And my only comment is, it's about time.
I just wanted to say thank you for continuing. Appreciate it.
All right, it looks like that finishes discussion for this. May I receive a motion to approve of the resolution number 2411 as presented?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 24-11 as presented.
Second.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Most definitely yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Absolutely.
Thank you all. Moving on to agenda item 5D, ratification of the side letter agreement between CUSD and ACT regarding Captain Cooper with Chief Human Resource Officer Craig Chavez.
Good evening. We did some recent work with our leadership with ACT in support of our staff members who are Captain Cooper Elementary. This side letter agreement reflects that work that is not required, but it is something that is important to the district, and that is working to support our staff members, even in those instances where it wouldn't normally be required as a part of the negotiations process. With the slip out and the convoys, our staff members had to be at Captain Cooper in that part of our district. Even if they had appointments, they would have to make adjustments and have those on different days. So what we tried to do is to create a side letter agreement that allowed for flexibility to support individuals so that they could provide the ongoing services that our students need, but also to be able to kind of maintain their personal lives as well. So this agreement reflects that flexibility.
There was no member of the community that requested to contribute public comment, so we'll now open this up to the board for questions and comments. It looks like none of my colleagues have questions or comments. May I receive a motion to approve the ratification of the side letter agreement between CUSD and ACT regarding Captain Cooper?
I'll make a motion to move to approve the ratification of the side letter agreement between CUSD and ACT regarding Captain Cooper.
Second.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Agenda item 5E, instructional materials adoption. Recommendation for pre-calculus, AP Calculus AB, AP Calculus BC, and AP Statistics with Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Coordinator Jen Martin.
I just want to chime in here before Jen starts and share that this effort and this challenge was pretty phenomenal and awesome to navigate multiple courses in the same adoption period and same adoption cycle, and working with those individual teachers. And Jen's background really is in elementary, so it was really phenomenal to see her taking action and working with our high school staff and navigating this process and really helping them to feel like they were engaged, involved, and being listened to in terms of their instructional materials. So she will do a brief overview of that process, which took many, many months. So, but she's going to condense it down to 5 minutes or less.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm honored to present today our proposal for the adoption of high school mathematics materials for the following courses: Pre-Calculus, AP Calculus AB, AP Calculus BC, and AP Statistics. We are constantly striving to provide our students with the best possible education, and it's critical that we equip them with the tools, materials, and resources for the field of mathematics. Our current mathematics materials have served us well, but they need to be updated to effectively meet the needs of our students and teachers. To ensure that our students are prepared for the level of college level mathematics, we are recommending the adoption of new instructional materials that are aligned with the latest college and career readiness standards, advanced placement standards, and best practices in mathematics instruction. The AP Statistics and Calculus teams this year analyzed highly rated and standards aligned materials for each course and selected 2 to field test and pilot in their classrooms this spring of this school year. 2 key aspects that they found to be important were if it was interactive and engaging, and the other was if it allowed for differentiated instruction. Upon conclusion of the piloting process, the teams reviewed their data and selected these materials for adoption. You might be wondering what is so special about these materials we're putting in front of you today. I'm happy to share with you. The new instructional materials for pre-calculus and AP Calculus are both comprehensive and captivating. Teachers and students found that the materials support in-class and at-home practice with the use of QR codes that students can scan and watch proof videos. These are instructional videos with interactive examples, and there's even rotatable 3D graphs that allow for the viewing of equations in different ways. The Larson texts have CalcView and CalcChat, which allows students to access support for calculus at home and outside of the classroom. The AP Calculus materials are closely aligned, obviously, with the AP Calculus curriculum framework, offering robust resources for exam prep. Now, the AP Statistics materials also provide engaging and relevant content for students. They have assessment strategies that align with AP Classroom, including free response questions, FRQs, that prepare students for success inside the course and on the AP exam. In addition, there are superb visuals and data analysis tools with interactive applets for students to deepen their understanding of and practice with real-life applications using different technology and in different scenarios. We are so excited about these materials. The world of mathematics is ever evolving, and it's our responsibility to ensure that our students are prepared for their future. Thank you for your time and for your consideration in the adoption of these materials.
Thank you. Seeing as the board received no requests for public comment, I will open this up to the board for questions or comments.
Yeah, I've got a quick one. A couple of them, actually. Number one is, what are the enrollments in both AP and BC calculus, roughly? No idea.
I don't have the answer for you at this moment, but I'd be happy to look it up and get it back to you.
Okay, I thought maybe you were teaching it and all that. Okay.
No.
Question, well, this one too, I don't know if it's going to be relevant, but I'm just curious at what level math do you need to be effective in AP stats?
I, again, don't have the answer for you, but I'm happy to look it up.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And then
Yes.
finally, Marcus, you take these classes, right? What do you think?
I took AP Calculus AB last year. I'm taking AP Statistics this year. And my teacher, Mr. Gomez, he actually gave us the opportunity to look through the textbooks. And I'm a bit of a nerd, but I liked it.
Awesome.
And I appreciated the opportunity for student engagement, just to look through it and give some feedback.
Did you like the QR option?
That was in calculus.
Oh, that's in
Mhm.
That's nice to hear that we have some buy-in on it. Anybody else?
Oh, yeah. First of all, you put the words comprehensive and captivating in a math course. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I do not know how many times, Carl, that I had to stand on top of a desk to get somebody's attention and make math fun and exciting. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Support outside the classroom, great visuals, interactive. And to answer your question, Carl, it's intake 3 or algebra 2 that you remember that to get into stats. Okay,
Very
just
interesting.
from what I recall. Sorry, I had to interject there.
Thanks for a great presentation. You condensed it into 5 minutes, so thank you.
You're welcome.
And how often do we renew? How often do you take a look to see if the curriculum needs to be renewed?
Yeah, so AP classes are obviously a little bit different, but typically we go by subjects, and so that cycle usually is 6 to 8 years, and it is off of the new frameworks that come out for the state, and then the state approves materials after that, and then we start then analyzing.
And I'll add in that College Board, with regard to AP courses, prefers materials not to exceed 10 years in age. It's a preference because not every district can afford to have new materials. It's a whole different budgeting system than it is for elementary. So the AP world has a slightly longer time frame.
Sarah or anybody else?
Yeah, I was just going to say, at some point it'd be nice to know what the AP pass rate is in all 3 of those courses. Just out of curiosity.
I will get that for you.
Thank you.
If there's no further comments, can I receive a motion to approve the recommended pre-calculus, AP calculus, and AP statistics instructional materials and supplemental materials for adoption?
I move to approve the recommended pre-calculus, AP calculus, AP statistics, instructional materials, and supplemental materials for adoption.
And as a former math teacher at Carmel High School, I would have to second her being the former math teacher at Carmel High School. I will second that motion.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Most definitely yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes. Agenda item 5F, resolution number 24-08, bid award for Carmel High School parking and field storage with Chief Operations Officer Dan Paul.
Okay, I'm going to request that I don't follow Jen on the agenda anymore. It's a tough act. So the bids were open for the parking and field storage project at the high school. We had 5 contractors attend the bid walk, but 2 submitted bids. As you can see in the narrative, it came in significantly over the estimate. The estimate's about 3 years old, and the scope of the work had increased over that time due to soil conditions and the requirement to add a fire hydrant in the vicinity. We do have funding available in developer fees and Fund 40, so we can fully fund the project. So I'm recommending we move forward with it at this time. It is a need at the high school and moves us into the next phase of taking care of our parking issues.
The board received a request for public comment, so we will hear from committee member Fran, please.
I guess I am being timed 3 minutes. As you can imagine, I have a long list of questions, and so I wrote them on a piece of paper, and I would actually like every single one answered. You are approving something that he just admitted to being originally over the cost of 100%. That is more than $1 million, $2 million to the cost of just a portion of the project. So I'm not sure who manages your personal finances or if any of you have budget responsibilities in your current jobs, but in my world, under any circumstances, this kind of over budget would call for a firing or a dismissal of anyone in charge of money or any decision making. So a couple of questions that you'll see as I pass this out, and I want every single one answered. Question number 1, what is the total estimate cost for all of the stadium improvement project? Why are we getting it piecemealed? So for $2 million over in just one portion of the scope of the project, what are we running? You guys had promised the community this was going to be $900,000 total. in previous board discussions, you had talked about the need to raise bond funds. Is this discussion directly related to the larger cost of the stadium improvement projects? You elaborated that there were 3 reasons cited for doubling the cost of the projects in the scope. The first one that you said is poor soil discovered during the testing. Is this related to the hazardous blocked off slope area behind the baseball field? Question number 2. You said it was late requirement to an added fire hydrant. I don't know if this vendor is working for the military and he's also making those $1 million hammers, but exactly what is so special about this fire hydrant that you're associating it with a $2 million budget? The third reason you associated with was a time requirement for the DSA approval. So my question is, will you be submitting the entire Carmel High School for DSA approval, since several sections are currently in violation of the valid 810 fire and life safety certification? You have yet to be able to provide that to the public. I have asked for it several times. You have all ignored me, and there is no record. The current parking that you're doing on the school right now is in violation. Since the contract says school parking, is this more than the tennis courts? So are you going to be including the fire emergency loop, which is not reflected on any current 810 fire and life safety? You piecemealed the district, the DSA approval last time, and it looks like you're about to do it again. The entire campus has been consistently in violation, and you guys are disregarding them. The contract states it includes a milestone date that the contractor must establish the fire lane at the site to the satisfaction of authorities who have jurisdiction by no later than August 5th, 2024. So the questions are, who is the authority to approve the fire lane? Why don't your drawings include the baseball field that is 13 inches wide and in violation when it's supposed to be 20 feet wide? Why can't you produce a current copy of the 810 fire and life safety? I have copies of this, and I'd like to have every single question answered because we have not had any luck in getting any responses, direct responses from several emails. So, here you go, Dan.
Fran, if you'll give the copies to Michelle, she can distribute them. Or you can. Thank you. With no further public comment, I will now open this up to the board for questions or comments. Yes, now it's open to the board.
Dan, yeah, I think it would be great if you could address in a little bit more detail the over expenditure of the original cost.
Sure. When the soil was tested in the location of the new building, let me back up and give a little history on the campus. If you look at the high school campus, the portion closest to Highway 1 sits on bedrock. When they built the site back in the 40s, they essentially bladed off the slope, and it's all fill on the east side of the campus. So when you look at the football field, the east end of the football field's got 35 feet of uncompacted fill. And what we discovered when we bored in the area of this building is it's all fill. You can't put a building on it. The building requires us to drill piers down to bedrock to support it. So the foundation on this is way beyond what you would normally require for constructing your home. And the cost of the fire hydrant is associated with the length of distance and what you have to get through to get the fire hydrant into a certain location close to the building. It's not just buying a fire hydrant. You're trenching, you're installing the lines, you're backfilling, you're testing. It's an involved process. And the delay in the approval process is really due to the inflation costs. We've been seeing the cost just skyrocket in construction. You know, we're looking at cost, prevailing wage for a carpenter is over $100 an hour now. So if you think about building something like the theater when there's 20 carpenters on there 8 hours a day for 4 months, add that cost up. So that's what we're really facing now in construction costs. It's every district is battling it right now.
And I know I asked this earlier during our opportunity to ask questions, but if we do go into a contract with the current bid, is that a binding agreement?
It's a binding agreement. There's 200 pages of legal language at the front of our contract that protects the district. The contractor can ask for change orders under certain conditions. If there's a discovery We built a wing at the high school a number of years ago. They found an old Model A. Well, you have to dispose of that, so that was a change order. You know, if they find some unknown condition that we didn't find when we did our testing, that's a change order. If we ask for something that's outside of the scope of work, that's a change order. But there is a project contingency to handle those things.
Yeah, I've got a couple. One of them is, so in the overall formula, there has to be a margin built in somewhere for inflation, correct?
Yeah, there was a margin built in for inflation, but we anticipated we would be bidding this project last year with the stadium lights. And what's not mentioned is that the stadium lights actually came in under budget. So that one, we anticipated it would cost more, and we thought the cost to retrofit the pool lights would be far more than it was, and it was actually pretty economical.
The only other one I have is, you know, the fire lane issues at the high school. Who is the authority on whether that is approved or not approved?
A local fire marshal. We've actually had the state fire marshal come down and view the site. In the
Is that CAL FIRE?
It's CAL FIRE local, and then there's a state fire marshal that oversees everybody. And the state fire marshal actually came down to the site within the past year and viewed it and said,
Is that a DSA approval requirement?
yes, DSA requires you to file the 810 with certain projects, and I believe there's a 810 on this, the plan pages of this. It's not a separate document, it's embedded into the plans.
Thank you.
You were in the middle of saying something about the state fire marshal said, and
oh, sorry.
So,
The state fire marshal actually came down and visited the site and didn't feel that there was an issue with the access at the site.
And
I did
somehow
not meet with them personally. It was relayed to us through CAL FIRE.
Okay, but he signed off somehow, or just
Yes.
verbally? Okay.
Does anybody else have questions or comments?
And Dan, just one last question, just for clarification. So the additional funds that will be spent towards this, which budget categories are those going to be coming out of? And of course, they get approved by our Chief Financial Officer, Yvonne.
Yes, the developer fees will fund a portion of it. And then we had funds set aside for the central kitchen project. There was $2 million that was identified. That's a project that's way in the future. So we're going to tap into that to bridge the gap between what the developer fees will fund and to get us to the end of the project.
Thanks.
Sarah or Marcus, do you guys have anything to add or a question? No, my questions were answered. Thank you. May I receive a motion to approve resolution number 24-08, awarding the bid to Asonio Incorporated?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 24-08, awarding the bid to Asonio Incorporated.
I'll second.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Agenda item 5G, emergency action, authorizing reconstruction of school with Chief Operations Officer Dan Paul.
This is a continuation of the emergency action for the Apple Pie preschool classroom. Just as an update, there's been a flurry of activity since the announcement yesterday. We have demolition of the building scheduled for May 28th and delivery of the new building on June 5th. And then we'll get the contractor on site to do the final modifications for Apple Pie. We still anticipate we'll be ready at the start of the school year.
It looks like we have a last-minute public comment for this item. And we'll hear from Matt.
Thank you for all of the flurry of activity. Thank you to the board for continuing the effort and having your eye on the ball. This is essential, and Apple Pie is an essential program for Big Sur, and we're really seeing it, especially during this time that we've been cut off. These kids need a school site, and so getting it demoed and rebuilt as quickly as possible within the means of the district is incredible. So no small feat. The Big Sur community, on behalf of Captain Cooper Parents Club, we're really grateful. So thank you. Keep it going.
We'll now hear from the board. Does anybody have any questions or comments, including Marcus?
I have a question. Just as a reminder to myself, I guess, this is going to come up every month until it's done, right? This, sort of renewal.
This will be on every agenda until we make the final payment to any entity involved.
Okay, I just wanted to, I figured it
And
wasn't weird.
I just have a quick comment. It's nice to know that the Big Sur community and the school appreciates the efforts. Thank you for that.
Is the timeline still on track we talked about for next school year? Is that still possible with
Yes.
the road closed? Perfect. Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions or comments before we look for a motion to approve the continuance of the emergency action authorization?
I'll make a motion to approve the continuance of the emergency action authorization.
And I'll second that.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes, most definitely.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes. Agenda item 5H, Apple Pie Modular Classroom, approval of architect contract with Chief Operations Officer Dan Paul.
Okay, I'm done after this one. This is the approval of the contract for the architect to submit the project to DSA under the emergency conditions to get us our certified building.
Sorry, we received no request for public comment. We can open this up to the board for questions or comments.
You go ahead.
And again, I know I asked this earlier, but just for clarification for the public, this is essentially the exact same type of structure. And I think you had mentioned that there was a addition of a bathroom or a remodel of a bath or configuration of a bathroom. Is that right?
Yes, the building will be exactly the same size. The configuration will be slightly different with swapping the offices and the restrooms, so it'll work better for the program. But DSA really looks at you're putting in the same size building to replace what you demolished.
And we did it that way just because we wanted to ensure that this was the best way to get this done the fastest.
Yes, if we did something other than this, we're probably 18 months to 2 years out.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I'm going to throw this one out there just because it's me. No dishwasher and no washer dryer available. Just throwing it out because I know that Kashawa Center really needed one. They got one, and I know that Apple Pie would probably love to have something like that because the washer dryer, because you get little preschoolers who, have an accident, and the dishwasher just so that they can wash all the dishes and they don't have to use recyclables or whatever it is, make it more sustainable.
Those are discussions we'll have with Laura when we finalize the layout of the building.
Bless you. Thank you very much.
If there's no further questions or comments, may I receive a motion to approve the contract as presented?
I'll make a motion to approve the contract as presented.
I will second that one.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Most definitely.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes. I keep forgetting that I'm the person that starts talking after we take the vote. Agenda item 5I, resolution number 24-07, declaring the Robinson Barn property as exempt from the Surplus Land Act, intent to sell with Chief Business Official Yvonne Perez.
Yes, good evening. So tonight you have two housekeeping resolutions before you to lead us towards the final sale of the barn. And so the first is resolution 2407, declaring the barn property as exempt from the Surplus Land Act. This requires priority notice requirements, and through this resolution we will exempt ourselves from that requirement. To proceed with these exemptions, the board I recommend that the board adopt this resolution declaring the property exempt from the Surplus Land Act.
We received no public comment, and we'll turn it over to the board for questions or comments, including Marcus.
Well, it's procedural, so if we're going to do this, this is something we have to do.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a comment that'll follow that, but not now.
Do we have any other questions or comments? May I receive a motion to adopt resolution number 24-07, declaring the Robinson Barn property as exempt from the Surplus Land Act, intent to sell?
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 24-07, declaring the Robinson Barn property as exempt from the Surplus Land Act intent to sell.
I'll second that.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
And just a quick follow comment. I noticed one of the board members was wondering about the disposition of the building. Of course, nobody knows what will happen, but I've been part of some of the discussions because I'm with the Carmel Valley History Association, but they picked up a very strong advocate in our new county. Whoop, that was almost an exclamation point on that. Our county supervisor, our new one coming up, and that's pretty big. And she's looking at it from a historical perspective, keeping Carmel Valley as rural as it can be. So where that goes, the district obviously has no part in. However, I too am a very strong advocate that we try to keep as much local history as we can.
Thank you. Agenda item 5J, resolution number 24-10, finding the proposed sale of the Robinson Barn property exempt under CEQA and adopting categorical exemptions, authorizing the filing of notice of exemption, and approving authorization to sale to the County of Monterey with Chief Business Officer Yvonne Perez.
Yes, so as you get through all of the 4 pages of whereases and the final, this is what we need to do, this basically exempts us from the CEQA Act, and this project, the sale of the barn, will fall under that category to allow exemption from CEQA and and then approve the authorized sale to the County of Monterey.
The board received no request for public comment. We'll open it up to the board for questions and comments. Looks like nobody has any questions and comments. May I receive a motion to adopt resolution number 24-10, finding the proposed sale of Robinson Barn property exempt under CEQA and adopting categorical exemptions, authorizing the filings of notice of exemption, and approving and authorizing the sale to the County of Monterey.
So moved.
It's a long one.
And second.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Agenda item 5K, J13A, request for allowance of attendance because of emergency conditions with Chief Business Official Yvonne Perez.
Yes, before you tonight is an amendment or a revision to our previous J13 that you approved on March 13th. And so we had some additional stormy days, and we had some additional closures at Cooper, and you know why. And so I'm requesting that you approve this J13 request for emergency conditions.
The board again received no request for public comment, so we will open this up to the board for questions or comments. It looks like we have no questions or comments. May I receive a motion to approve the amendment of the J13A submission to request for allowance of attendance as presented.
I move to approve the amendment of the J13A submission to request for allowance of attendance as presented.
You got a second, good.
Board Member Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Clerk Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board President Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Member Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The board received no request for comments on, we have a request for comment on non-agendized items, and we will have Matt address us, please. Thank you.
So at the last board meeting, I was not able to attend. I did send a letter to Michelle, who distributed it to you as board members, expressing my gratitude to the superintendent and the personnel in the district who put forth an incredible effort in ensuring the continuity of education during this Rocky Creek incident in Big Sur that has been really that could have been really challenging for the students, and it has been really challenging for the students, and it's been really remarkable. I wanted to comment now that we are on the horizon of the kind of first step on getting out of this thing. As the superintendent mentioned, the governor announced that on Friday at 6:30 a.m. we'll go back to one-way controlled traffic. So we're not out of the woods yet, but we are down here. And I just want to comment, and on behalf of the Captain Cooper Parents Club, it's been really remarkable to see the district work in crisis and to see how the district responds to the fundamental mission of providing education to the children of this district, regardless of what's going on. I think there were only 3 missed school days, and that is pretty remarkable for an almost 6-week incident. The spirit of collaboration, working with business partners and doing outreach, doing requests for information, open dialogue. It's been a really great table to sit at. I'm grateful to have been included, to have been sought for insight and insider information wherever possible. And I'm really impressed to see how this all played out. Again, I can't speak on behalf of the middle school and high school students. Those kids really had it the hardest with the bus. But the Captain Cooper kids and the Captain Cooper teachers and administrators and staff really did amazing work to make this happen during this time. It is worth recognition. And I think you as a board should write down what happened here and make it a matter of practice for resilience, because we know this is going to continue to happen in Big Sur. And with a focus on education for the kids to ensure the continuity, it was really remarkable. Hat tip, like you said, to the bus drivers who stayed in Big Sur to ensure that we had a bus route, to the teachers who protracted their days, to Dan Paul and his team who had maintenance guys down there and kept up the property and kept the whole thing working. Really, hats off to you all. Thank you very much, especially to you. Thank you, Sharon.
Next, Fran, you're welcome to address the board.
This public comment process is actually a little bit ridiculous because you're asking for comments, we give you questions, but the questions just go to fallen ears. So what is the purpose of the public comments if we're providing point blank questions and it's again silent? So it is mind blowing to me. This is crazy. So is Carmel High School safe? I brought you a topic that I think you are in violation of the fire and life safety issues around the high school. I have sent you at least 10 emails. You have roadblocked me for getting access to that information on a consistent basis. You just approved a $2 million contract, and I looked at the contracts online. They do not show the baseball field, which I know has never been acknowledged or submitted to DSA for approval. Silence. You guys are looking at me like you're blank. No answers, no response. Mind-blowing. So, changing topics, but still on the same topic of is Carmel High School safe? We all should really be deeply troubled by the recent media coverage from the Monterey County Weekly exposing this culture of denial and silence within Carmel Unified School District regarding years of failure to address sexual misconduct. This trauma inflicted upon young women and disregarded by the district staff and leadership is heartbreaking. This is consistent behavior that you guys are showing over and over again, regardless of what topic it is. There were comments made by you guys, and I won't point it out, but somebody said it's the same 15 people that show up and make the same comments, and you guys wish that we would go away. You specifically moved the public comment section to the end, so people are not encouraged to come up here and be part of the community members. You guys are stone blocking everything. You are really in a spirit of denial. This saying goes that where there's smoke, there's fire. And as of late, I've just seen more and more fraud, waste, and abuse that you have collectively committed with bad decision making across a broad range of topics. The safety of our students being chief among them. I want to be on record that if there is a safety issue on the school as an outcome of that fire and life safety and there is an incident, I am on the record that I have provided the school and you guys are covering it up. The majority of your terms are expiring upon this upcoming election. I've heard many of you make boastful public comments in public areas that you wish those 15 people who are a minority and do not represent the majority of the public would go away. The reality is there's probably 15 hardcore people that are looking at the agenda and trying to hold you guys accountable for your actions and behavior. These are busy parents, busy community members, and they don't have the time to commit it. I personally have probably spent more time on these issues than you guys reading the agendas or the contracts or doing what you were voted in. Truly, a state of denial that you are part of the problem. Amazing. Mind-blowing.
Thank you for your comments. We'll move on to agenda item 7, informal report from superintendent.
I don't have anything at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Board operations. These are routine status updates regarding campus activities, meetings, schedules, conferences, and meetings attended, and recent developments from the Board of Education. We'll start with Carl and work our way this direction.
Wow, that was a lot to listen to. I have to be honest, I've had my own concerns, especially about the baseball field access. And it's been a while since I've had those concerns. And the solution is coming with the projects that are being proposed, you know, with the lights. And I know it's getting wrapped up in that. But, you know, there's no question about the fact, I think, that we do have some issues up there. And we can only do it one way. I don't know if we can fix them independently. I don't know if they have to be wrapped up in the whole DSA process at once, probably. But I think you have a point there. And quite frankly, I tend to agree. I think public comments should come early. Look, it's not easy, is it? But we signed up for this. And I think for me, the biggest problem is the inconvenience to parents and to the community in terms of when they should be here. They have no clue. We don't know whether an item's going to run over an hour or it's going to go under. And, you know, it's not my call. It's the call of the will of the board. And a lot of school boards do it the way we do. And I would even have to probably say a majority. But we're small. We're a small community, and that's why they come. They come to do what Fran did and to let us know what they think. And I just think that making it that difficult, for me personally, it just doesn't work very well. Nothing to do with going around to the schools or et cetera, et cetera. So in the interest of time, I'll just move it on.
Alrighty, I guess I'm next. I just wanted to point out that we have got our board member guidelines, and one that I'm really particularly working on today is to work to make sure that there are no hidden agendas and that all issues and concerns can be dealt with openly by all members. So just giving a line of what I've been doing. The River School line dance, so much fun. I was trying to grab people from the crowd to get them in and play. That was good. Cooper, I'm going to be there next Friday working on art and cooking the whole day long. Tular, I've been doing the pickup for Great Nephew, having so much fun getting together and meeting all the people that are showing up here. Technology, I ended up going out to Logan Hall and had my computer reset in our little blipper that we had going on, so it's fun to get out to talk to all my people over there. Carmel High School, working with special needs kids and just making math fun for them. Kashawa, my usual Mondays. Field day at the Rodeo grounds was exceptional. My brother was Down syndrome, and he loved the Special Olympics at MPC. It was so much fun to go back and to just hang out with the people. And I do want to put in a plug for Patty Johnston, Craig Johnston's wife, who really worked on the adaptive PE programs. And she's a product of Carmel and just really made those kids gave them something fun to do. It's refreshing to see, all the things that we look at and, think about normally, and how, you have to adapt it to make sure that other kids who have special needs can make it work for them. So that was good. So I have the brochure in case anybody wants to take a look at what schools were there. Community Human Services, we had a meeting, went over the financials, and we're having a retreat tomorrow to work on our big plans for what we're going to be doing. And then coming, for next year, ROPCTE, I was not able to make it to their awards night, but I did participate in their online. You can go to their site and you can take a look at all the awards from all the kids throughout the county. It was fantastic what the kids come up with. I am so very proud of that program, and it's taking on. We've got new programs coming in here. We're going to be having more dual enrollment. And that was one of the things that I had on my my campaign platform. So it's nice to have that kind of coming to fruition as we're coming down to year number 4. Community Foundation for Carmel Valley Fund. We're going to be having a fundraiser in July for our area, starting from pretty much the mouth of the valley all the way through to the Cahoon grade, from mountaintop to mountaintop. So we're working on that. $250,000 in grants that we've put out so far. Disaster plan. Thank you very much, Matt, for mentioning that. That was one of the things that I've really been pushing around here, is just coming up with some kind of a comprehensive disaster plan. Once again, that was one of my campaign platforms. So thank you again for checking off that checklist. I really appreciate that, Sharon. And I just wanted to point out a couple of questions that I've been asking just around. And so I've been looking at the LCAP, and I'm trying to find out what in this year's version. So if there's anybody out there that would like to talk to me about LCAP and the meetings that they've been participating in and finding out what's been going on, I would love to hear anything that they have to say. I've asked to participate in or find out when the next meetings are, so I'd love to know that answer. I'd like to know the names of the folks that are on the sites and the LCAP community outreach sessions. And if anyone would, like to reach out to me, you can get a hold of me through my email. My second one was, we have a few significant contracts coming to an end for our Title IX coordinator and our communications, and they're huge contracts that we'll be looking at. And I'm asking to see the communications, the former communications companies that we've worked with, because I can't seem to find anybody that we've worked with in the past. So if there's something out there, please let me know what that is. And can we find out a way to survey the people who've had access to this? Because quite honestly, we're looking at they're contracted workers. They're not evaluated in-house. There's no way to assess their what their quality of work and whether they've been doing that, and it's really fiscally irresponsible if we're not taking a look at contracts that, the Title IX contract is $98,000, and I don't know what it's going to be for next year. So we really need to take a look at that. And then the last one was, once again, it's, it was about, I've been asking about bringing the public comment back to the front, and I suggested, putting out an email to all of us, and I came up with another idea that I'm going to throw out there in terms of town halls, which might address some of what Fran's concerns were and others' concerns, where you have an interaction. You put forward your question, and you have somebody there providing you back an answer. It would take the public comment time out of our business meeting, and it would put it into another day and time. So I'm just throwing that out there for the board to consider. I'm not meaning to not look at you guys when I'm talking about this, but I think that might be something that will meet the needs of the community. It's something that, the people can come in, they know what time it's going to start, they know how long it's going to be. It can be via Zoom, so they can be at home. And just, you get that question and answer, and I think that will be a stopgap for a lot of people and will take off some of the pressure that people are feeling or frustration that they're not getting answered. Because I've been hearing a lot of it from a lot of people. I mean, a tremendous number of people are coming up to me and saying, what am I supposed to do? What can we find out? Can we give it a time that we're supposed to be there? And they're getting very frustrated. And so I thought of maybe a town hall, please. So thank you very much, all of you, for listening.
Sarah?
Okay. Not to be too repetitive from which was already discussed, but I did have the pleasure of attending Educators Day today with the Carmel by the Sea Rotary. Congratulations again, Marcus, on all of your accomplishments. It was a really beautiful ceremony today, and I just wanted to thank all of our high school students who submitted their resumes and their applications. I think it was mentioned that they received over 40, and this year it was a particularly hard decision for the committee, and I think they delivered over 25 scholarships today. And so it was just wonderful to be in the presence of all these amazing students and families. And Marcus, I think, since you were there as well, you can attest to the focus was really on all of you guys and your accomplishments and where they're going in the future. I also would like to thank the Carmel by the Sea Rotary for not only acknowledging and honoring scholarships for students that are going to four-year universities, but I think it's really important to note that they gave scholarships today for students that are going to MPC. And I think that just sends a really positive message out to our student community, out to our parent community, that these students are going to go to MPC and thrive and move on in the next step of their life and be super successful. So thank you again for the CUSD and the Rotary partnership. I was also in attendance at the Mock City Council meeting that happened a couple weeks ago. And again, I think this is a really great collaboration and partnership opportunity between the city and the district. As it was mentioned earlier, just giving students the opportunity to sit at the dais and conduct a meeting and, deal with all the logistics that go along with that. It was really fun to watch all the students. The presentations were really engaging and quite funny. So it was an evening well spent. So thank you to the Carmel by the Sea city officials for taking the time out of their schedule to be a part of that as well. As Anne Marie said, I was also in attendance at the River School family event. It was really well attended. It was the first year that River School has done that. So I'd like to thank the staff and the faculty and all the parents that helped put that on. There was a lot of hard work and organization that went into that, and I hope it becomes an annual event. It was a lot of fun, and it provided the opportunity for all the families to get together. And as Sharon mentioned, I feel like this month has been so busy and I'm forgetting something, but those were sort of the highlights most recently. So thanks.
Seabury?
Yeah, so I attended just a couple site visits. The first one that was actually the most fun is along with my coworker from NOAA, we hosted about 60 first graders who walked down from Carmel River School and did a tide pool event. So we timed it with low tide. The timing was perfect. It was a minus tide at about 10:20. And we prepared ourselves. We got down there a little bit earlier. We were able to collect some critters and put them in a couple containers. And then we had 60, before I knew it, we had 60 first graders down there yelling and with excitement. And we were able to split them up into a couple groups, bring some out into the tide pooling area. And before I knew it, it didn't take very long before I had a whole contingency of first graders following behind me from rock to rock because we were trying to find eels. And so we were the eel hunters. Just a wonderful event. I really appreciate that River School continues to keep ocean literacy and environmental literacy alive at River School. I participated in many activities, obviously, when I was there when my 3 kids were active at River School, and I am just thrilled that effort is continuing to this day, many years later. I participated in the Mission Trails committee group last week virtually. It was wonderful to hear the upcoming award ceremony that they were doing. And again, as Anne Marie said, CTE and the work that's being done with career and technical education is fantastic. I'm just thrilled to be a part of that working group or the committee, and really am excited about the potential for trying to do something in the next couple months of this school year and then next school year. And I was so inspired by Yvonne Glenn, who I think presented a couple months ago about the Water Management District internship. She just set that up so well, and I was so inspired by it that I actually have a meeting next week with some of my NOAA colleagues, because I would love to try to set up a marine science internship opportunity for our high school students. I think that would be a great opportunity, and so I'm going to see where that goes. But I just want to say again, Yvonne did a fantastic job of not only the presentation, but also just that hard work that she did to make this the Water Management District internship opportunities available for our high school students. And then lastly, May and the beginning of June will be very busy. I have lots of notifications on my calendar about open houses and graduation and promotion, so I'm looking forward to that as well.
Thank you. In the last month, I participated with my colleagues in a board governance training with Dr. Lee Pritzel at Carmel Youth Center, which I thought was a really productive day. And I think it shows with the way we treat each other, the meeting guidelines that we've adopted and are committed to all together. So I appreciate all you for spending that time, and I know it's tough with all the meetings we've been doing. I've also participated in Masters in Governance, facilitated by CSBA. I'm almost to the end. This is my last class before the very end. I sum that up in June, and I will graduate from that program. Looking forward to all the graduations and promotions we have coming up. That is absolutely my favorite part of the year, to get to participate in that and send these kids off into the world. I'm very proud of Marcus to go to a school like Penn and hearing all his accomplishments. Congratulations to you and your family, because you cannot do that kind of stuff without the support that you're getting. And I hope you find every dream you're looking for, bud. So that's what I have for my board operations. Marcus, would you like to say anything for your last meeting before we work on closed session?
Thank you, Mom, for taking me to all these meetings and for everything. Love you.
Oh, you're going to make me cry. Before we adjourn to closed session, the board will identify the closed session items and provide an opportunity for public comments on these items. 9A, Public Employee Performance Evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957, Superintendent. 9B, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation pursuant to Government Codes 54956.9D2, one case. 9C, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, Subdivision D1, Monterey County Superior Court Cases, case number 24 CV 000558, USAA Casualty Insurance Company v. Sini Guam, Carmel Unified School District. Case number 22 CV 003203, Guardian ad litem versus Carmel USD et al., Office of Administrative Hearings, OAH, case number 2022060843, on appeal as U.S. District Court case numbers 5:23CV-00856-PCP, Carmel Unified School District versus Hodges, and 5:23-CV-00870-PCP, Hodges versus Carmel Unified School District. And item 9D, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release pursuant to Government Code 54957, Subdivision B1. The board will now allow the opportunity for public comment. I don't think we received requests.
You can make a public comment on that. Can I?
Absolutely, yeah.
I think the agenda you just rattled off for closed session just demonstrates how high performing you are. You must be really proud of how many lawsuits are active against the school. And I think that pretty much sums up for me how I feel that the public is rallying and trying to hold you accountable. I've never seen that many lawsuits against a school district before. So I think what you just rattled off pretty much proves what I was saying. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The board will now adjourn to closed session at 7:14 p.m.
All right.
Good evening. Coming out of closed session, the board reports the following. Item 9A, the board discussed the superintendent's evaluation process. Item 9B, the board met with legal counsel to receive updates and provided direction on anticipated litigation matters. Item 9C, the board met with legal counsel to receive updates and provided direction on cases referenced on the agenda. The board voted 5-0 unanimously to enter into a settlement agreement for case number 22 CV 003203, Guardian ad litem of minor student versus Carmel Unified School District et al. In the amount of $72,500 in exchange for release and waiver of claims against the district. Item 9D, the board received an update from district staff. No other action was taken. This meeting is adjourned at 9:29 p.m.